Joe drunk at his supervisor meeting.
I knew she was vodka in a couple.
Why did he come?
Oh, seriously?
They're trying to remove him, yeah, he's been coming to the meetings drunk. I mean, so drunk he has fallen down.
Oh, no. Wow.
Stupid thing. I should have made it.
I won't tell him about the little incident.
What?
I won't tell him about the little incident.
What little-
Keep falling down out there.
Oh, now you did.
Yeah, you already told everybody now.
Oops, my bad. I can't talk.
Just wondered if Sandy was gonna join in just to
Just out of habit, just out of habit.
just to heckle us maybe.
When do we adopt this? We don't to name it.
Yeah, you can do it all you want. Oops.
We already declared I'm in the meeting.
Yeah.
No, you can before the recorder.
I just say, cause Mike read them. All the other day when we went through all the winners,
Yeah, okay. Yep.
just say previously reported.
Well,
Close enough.
This should all rise.
Business.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome, everyone.
They're messing with the heat. They're trying to get the boilers running, so if you get too hot, we can crack a window. It's fairly,
I came in heat. I'm like,
All right, well, I'll look for approval of the agenda unless there's any additions.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second it.
The first and a second, all in favor?
Alright,
Any opposed? Agenda's approved. Approve the minutes from November 10th.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from November 10th.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Any discussion on the minutes? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. General public concerns.
Well, fellas, I'm here to talk about, the windmill situation. I guess there's there's a lot of objection to this stuff that's going on, and what I'm gonna say to you guys is there could be a supervisor election coming up. Let's put this on the ballot. Let's take it off of you guys. Let's take it off everybody. Let's put it on the ballot. Any suggestions from you people on that?
Can't say I've ever heard of a county doing that.
Well, you know what? I don't know if I have either, but I know one thing, somebody's gotta be a first.
That's
And
true.
let the people decide that live here, not the absentee landlords that have signed all this stuff up from everywhere. Let's let the people that live here decide. For Christ's sakes, it's our county, boys, right?
True.
Got a good point. Good point.
And I can honestly say I haven't heard of that happening anywhere.
But it could be done. I don't know why it couldn't, because I've talked to a couple people this weekend that think it would, it just might take a little extra time to get the ballot ready, but why not?
Have a feeling it might be too late.
Well, then we'll have a special election.
Because it's in November. Unless you do that at the primary time, and I don't know if you could do that at primary time.
I'll have to check the rules.
Check the rules on that, see if it could be done at primary time. Cause that'd be the first election we'd have
And that would be when?
in June,
June second or third.
yeah, first part of June.
Next question I have about this is, has anybody read the ordinances that Emmett County just adopted? Have you boys read that?
Did they adopt them? Were they certified? They weren't signed when I looked at them, Dave. I'm just being honest.
You know, I know that, but they're coming.
Okay.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and I didn't know anything about it till I listened to, cause I listened to that, Esterville radio a lot of times in the morning.
Yep.
And they were talking about it on there, what's going on, and their setback distances. You know, they had somebody wanted 3,200 and some feet, somebody wanted 2,500, I think they
29.
decided on what, 29,
Yes, sir.
2,900?
That's what I read, was 2,900.
Yeah.
50 feet or something like that.
Mhm. Yep. But I guess what I'm gonna say is let's take the election route here. It takes all the pressure off of you, it doesn't, takes it off of the county attorney, it takes it off of everybody. Let the people decide.
Well, we can look into that.
Well, I think we need to, because I think there's gonna be a lot of people that are gonna talk to you about this here.
I think that's already in motion,
The talking to us.
yeah. But also, the other thing I would add to your comment, Dave, is we have to be able to have both sides of the fence. Prepare for both sides, whatever happens. So
Yeah.
it isn't like we're doing anything on the sly or whatever, but we have to be prepared for both directions. So
Mhm.
when we talk in here and try and put things together in order, that's what we're doing.
I understand that.
Well, I've had people say, you're for them, you're against them. I'm standing on the fence,
Uh-huh.
cause we've made it perfectly clear.
That's why let's have an election.
That's, well, the revenue and all that stuff would sure come in handy, but by the same token, we wanna make sure that we're the best, in the best position, the best situation, right?
No, I'm not denying it, but let's let the people decide. And let's take it off of you guys, let's just. I guess I'm a real strong proponent of that part.
I'm kinda curious how that would come out. Cause the, people in town. Don't have a whole lot of
Yeah, that's,
dog in the fight.
Yeah, Mike, you're gonna be surprised how people in town are gonna vote for that too, from what the people that I've talked to.
Well, I'm just saying, I was just
Yeah,
curious, that
that's
just hit me.
yeah. We'll take it into consideration.
Yeah, well, we're
Check into
we're
it.
not done talking about this, boys.
I don't think so either.
Well, I'm sure if we make a few phone calls, the state will let us know what they think. Cause they're the ones who are pushing it,
Yeah, I know that, yeah.
so.
Then, you know, we've got our meeting here is Wednesday night on planning and zoning, and I know what the state is gonna tell us, they're gonna just. Yeah, they're not gonna. That's been a waste of time and a waste of taxpayer money for anything that the state has done for us, and I hope you guys realize that.
Oh, yeah.
That's absolutely pathetic.
Well, we went to a Midas meeting a few weeks back that made the comment that every household could have their own little power plant, basically, wasn't that we could have panels, or you could have out in the country. Put your land in for the windmills, and it's like, well, I made the comment that I wouldn't want them drilling through my roof. And I got called a smart ass.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want them through my roof, I mean, if they're gonna put them on if you had room on your side, maybe, but. I wouldn't want them drilled through my
Yeah, so
roof.
last place I'd want solar.
a lot of this comes back to the genius that's in Des Moines that doesn't have any common sense, that's making the rules for everybody.
Hmm.
And it ain't just wind power, it's everything.
Yeah, that's true. All right,
Well,
we'll check into
I've
it.
said my piece, and we will be back.
We'll let you
All
know,
right.
we'll
Thank you,
find
Dave.
out.
And I
We'll be
agree.
in this area,
All right.
we'll be in this area right in here, you know where to find us, or call us,
Yeah,
By the way, Bruce, if you're in the middle of the fence, which way would you
I don't know,
fence?
depends with barbed wire or not.
Dave, have you had anybody
Yeah,
out,
fine.
have you had anybody out in a gray pickup with a yellow and orange vest surveying for birds? Migration?
not that I am aware of.
And
And if I have
they were
not,
with RWE. And is this true?
Is that your
Yes.
people?
Well, they need to tell people the truth of what they're doing because they've been lying to several people in my area.
What are they telling them?
They're doing migration on birds. And they're in private property, which they should not be in private property, because that could be a problem if something happens. So, yeah, they are basically telling the farmers that they are doing a bird study.
They are.
But
What-
are they
what
on their
birds are-
property?
There's no birds and they're on private property.
Well, they shouldn't be on private property unless there's a lease signed with RWE.
Yeah, they're on private property.
Because they should just be on public property if
And-
it's not signed up.
And then I found out from another very good farmer in our area that they went to his landlord and told him that, asked him if they wanted to put up windmills. They said, great, it'd be okay with the guy that is farming it. Well, the guy that is farming it had nothing, just, and they said it was okay, they could put up a windmill. So the farmer did not say it was okay for them to put up a windmill. So there's a lot of miscommunication going on, and I really think it needs to be watched. So I'm just throwing that out there, what I've seen and what I've heard from the farmers.
Yeah, they've been doing bird studies out there,
But there's no birds.
but it's something that we have to do for the government in order to get a permit.
Okay, but they need to make sure there's something, either on the gravel road or not in people's private property.
Yeah, they shouldn't be on private property unless it's signed up, and I will bring that up.
Okay. So,
You have anything, Melissa? Public comment?
Wait, pardon, fun.
No, I'm not putting you up on a pier yet,
Oh,
but I mean,
Wait,
I just,
anything to add to
yeah,
that?
yeah, just public comment. No,
I don't-
all right, any other public comment? All right, come on up,
Now you can.
now,
you look like you're just ready to talk.
I'm just ready to bring some joy.
Okay,
Okay,
there you go.
yeah, so no, I guess I don't.
You look like you're ready to say something, that's why I.
No, I think the same. No, I think the same, our conversation this afternoon, and I've said this to you folks a million times, has absolutely nothing to do with wind, and you guys have to separate the two, so. No, I mean, this afternoon, depending on how long closed session is, it is a completely different conversation. It's not on wind, so I don't have anything.
Okay,
No, I just want to enjoy.
yeah.
Okay. Here you go. And then
Thank you.
Bruce, would you kindly put that in the vacant? You guys have little drawers or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mhm.
It's probably all right.
it's full,
No, she left her.
Oh, she left?
it's full.
Information for the next person.
For the new person.
Yeah.
Ooh, joy. Okay, so this is just our annual funding request that we do every year. So I just want to bring some things to your folks' attention. You may know from, I mean, this has been here a couple times this year, but we spent the majority of the last year on rebranding and restructuring. So you guys will see that. The most important thing to note, our organization rebranded and restructured, and we now formally manage and operate 3 other countywide entities. So Humboldt County Housing is under our umbrella, the Humboldt County Community Foundation, and the Humboldt County Food Pantry. So those 3 are now operated and managed by our staff. So part of that restructure and rebrand lent itself to conversation on staff, which you folks are aware of. We've had numerous conversations. My staff today is retiring. And so in reviewing that, we did identify the need to make that position full-time. Truthfully, we can't take the 3 countywide entities without full-time staff. So we'll finish interviews today for that, hoping to have help sooner than later.
How's that going?
Really well.
Okay.
It really is going well. I feel really good about it. I mean, I've been completely candid to you folks. We need help. The nights and weekends and holidays isn't gonna be sustainable for the staff that we have today. So Just draw your attention to a couple things. So this cumulative economic impact looks the same. We just update the numbers. So I do want to draw your attention to changes from last year, keeping in mind we spent the majority of our year on rebranding and restructuring and taking these organizations in. You'll see an increased capital investment of 3.8 million, an additional 85 retained jobs, 3 new jobs, and 7 partnerships that resulted in actual projects. So the way, like I mentioned, I think last year, our partnerships is giving you a glimpse of things that we work on that results in a project that may be housing, it may be an initiative related to the food pantry, but it has to actually produce a project. It has to be something that we can tangibly speak to. We did another loan this year for 65,000 to a small business, and added 14.5 million in additional taxable valuation. Just a reminder, we quantify that by projects that we actually touch. So we have to have a role in that. We have to have provided assistance of some sort in order to quantify that number. So I wanted to bring your attention to that. You'll also see our strategic plan. I'm going to continue to put this in for you and update you. So rebranding campaign under organizational stability was completed, as was under sites, our Three Rivers Industrial Park. Phase 1 is finished. We have 40 acres of shovel-ready land. We do have interest in that land. Our Humboldt Business Park, if you remember, has monitoring wells, and there's things out there you've got to fit within the lot line. And so this allows us greater area of land to be strategic with how we develop that. I did give you new, I think probably this year, you always get our strategic plan, but this year you get the same dashboard the board gets. So on the right side, you see how on track we are or are not with our strategic plan. There's one item you'll see that says delayed January 2026. We were asked by the state to host a state small business credit initiative workshop. And we did that, but it delayed the review of our business network program so that we could get through and see how successful that was. So that was a partnership with the state. We will be evaluating that program here this winter. You have a board roster, and then on the other side, you have the formal request letter. As I mentioned previously, our request is going up, and that 100% is to support staff. You will see a budget on the following page as well. I hope that you can see from that we try to spread the investment into our organization across multiple revenue sources. So city, county is one revenue source, our businesses, and then our managed entities. So managed entities refers to those 3 organizations that we serve. So as you can see, we don't collect any more than we absolutely have to. So we do ask for your support again this year. I think our organization has been a strong advocate for economic growth in Humboldt County.
Got a question.
Absolutely. That's what I'm
With
here
this, with this change in request.
Yeah.
Will we, because last year we agreed to, like, was it a 5%
Yep.
annual increase?
Yeah.
Is that what we're gonna continue with then?
I don't know that we'll go that high. I think we'll try to back that down.
That's what I was.
A little
my
bit.
question.
I mean, the cost of everything goes
Yeah,
up, so
three-
we'll
three-
absorb
3-4%.
everything we can.
Yeah, I know you
Um,
run really lean down there.
What's that?
You run really lean.
We do, and you're on the board, so you
Yeah.
know that. I mean, you guys can see the budget. We really don't ask for any more than we need to, and we try to stick to that as best we can. Conversation with the folks in the office, so we'll do our best, absolutely. With the increase that we're asking for, I have budgeted for fiscal year 28. So that 16 number that you see is gonna go down to like 800, right? Because I think with the cost of everything, we could go up a little bit. So I think we try to come down a little bit from that, right? But I don't know for sure until we sit down and look at it again.
And I know we've talked in past about. I've had people say, well, some of the industrial park places aren't completely full.
Mhm.
And part of the reason that we have to do what you do is in order to entice someone that was looking to say we have that 40 acres or whatever.
Yeah, and so all of our industrial parks, and we offer this to any community in Humboldt County, the city puts in the infrastructure and we buy the land, and together that makes an industrial park. So we have to be mindful of when communities have the capacity to do that, right? So to your point, Bruce, if someone's interested, one, we can't get infrastructure and roadway in a timely fashion to have someone come. No one will come for land that's not shovel ready. And that, why would you do that? Every other community is shovel ready land.
So
So
there's tons of
um,
competition.
what's
I
that?
say there's tons of competition.
Yeah, and we're encouraged by the state to have shovel ready land. So no one cares whether they're in Humboldt County or Wright County or Procon, right? It's about service and what we have to offer as a community. And so without it, it wouldn't be competitive at all. Wouldn't even be competitive with our existing industry because you just can't get infrastructure. And we have to be mindful of when, if we have a prospect today, let's say really early stage, and I were to go to the city and say we need to expand and they don't have the debt capacity, then what, right? So I have to be strategic about what that looks like for economic growth. Understanding I've also got another entity in play on the infrastructure costs. So I'm willing to take the heat that we have Three Rivers when we have the Humboldt Business Park, but I encourage people to come in and sit down and look at the 31 monitoring wells and where you would put your business and how that would fit. And so we just have to be mindful of that. And I think what we could do better, which truly I think we'll charge new staff with, I think we go at such a high pace that we don't stop to tell our own story. And so, I would wonder if we said, did you know the Humboldt Business Park has these
Right.
features? Did you know that Three Rivers? I wonder if folks may better understand, and we just don't do a good job at that. We just keep going forward and take it when it comes.
Well, I know you've explained it before, but some people still have a hard, they don't maybe listen as well either. So we appreciate it.
What is the amount you're requesting?
Oh, sorry, that's in the letter, 75,000. Thank
Sure
you.
that's still.
Yep, no, thank you for clarifying.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, any other questions for Alyssa?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
we'll see you a little later on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna use this area.
Is Melissa gonna be?
Yeah.
She's doing Zoom or she's gonna be there.
I don't know.
How about we get Linda down here and then we'll just move her up a little bit.
Okay. There's one line that would be here.
There's Linda up there. I think she's watching. I think Linda's watching, so maybe she'll come down.
You wanna ask if Melissa's there?
Hi,
Good morning, Linda.
Good morning.
okay.
We're a little bit ahead of schedule, so we sneak in.
I just have, family farm tax credits that, new ones and cancellations. This is cancellation recommendations. I'm told to give you this.
And usually cancellation is due to the sale of a farm and something.
Yeah,
Yeah, for change of ownership. So what's the ratio cancellations to new ones?
well, you've got the new ones and the cancellations.
Not a lot of them.
No. Like we got like 3 that we disallowed. And
And when you disallow them, they do have an appeal process, is that right?
yeah, they're notified
Yeah.
and they can And these, two of these, they already had a credit. So we go ahead and disallow the second one that they signed because they already have one.
Okay,
So they're not losing anything.
yeah, all right.
And the third one is, the cousin does farming and cousins don't qualify, so.
Mhm.
You guys want tips? That's about it.
Okay.
Not too many, really.
Mhm. You send it to me in Excel, this one.
I'll see. Mhm. Is she the,
Mhm. Okay, I'll stick with whatever I need.
okay, so we'll see what we can do.
Most of them are just, on that one are just deceased that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
That change names or
change of ownership.
family or.
just for FYI, we had one on our homesteads that we brought. A little while ago, we had one person contact us and said that they live there. And we have no record of anybody living there. We're gonna see, maybe try and see if they'll provide us some more information.
I mean, when you live there, you gotta probably provide mail coming there and bills and.
Right.
Things like that,
Yeah.
utility bills and
Right,
things of proof.
everything we look up, the address is in another state, so we'll follow up on that and see what happens.
Okay, I didn't know if there's like the property tax, you gotta live. Like, people go to Florida, gotta be there for 6
Oh.
months in one day or something.
Yeah, yeah, I don't think this is that scenario, so. Got any questions?
No, I know.
I don't,
Okay.
I make a motion to approve them, the new and the canceled family farm credit applications. As recommended.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a first and second, any more discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any
Copies right
opposed?
there.
Motion carries, okay, got them approved,
Or be like me.
well, we'll put you right up front here, I guess you're Ryan, well, we're not there yet.
Yeah.
Sit back here, and we'll get into it here
I don't know if I
shortly.
give you these. I'll take these back, we'll see,
Okay,
We
and
just
I'll
got
ask
a
about
few
that.
little things to do yet. and
Okay.
that'll be good.
thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, let's look at doing the resolution for the certification of Humboldt County election results.
These were the results from the canvass of elections last week. And also. Amount of voters that were voting, there was 300 absentee counted and. Received election ballots on the day was 1540 with a total of 1840 out of our total. Registered voters in Humboldt County of 6384.
And as per normal, there was the names, the few that made us chuckle.
Yeah, there's a lot of write-in campaigns this time, so it's always interesting. But it looks, I don't know, doing the math, of short 30%. 28%, is that what it
This
is?
was,
Okay.
Which is probably in the range for, not a general.
Yeah.
wasn't too bad for citizens.
I want to thank all the people that worked the election because some of those people sat there a long time for a few votes, which was,
We're doing an awesome job.
and they're doing their job and did it well, from what I understand, we didn't have too many hiccups, and
It was very good.
it's good.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2025-11-12 certification of Humboldt County election results.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second, any more discussion?
Roll call.
Roll call votes, the resolution, Bruce,
Aye.
Bob,
Aye.
Aye.
Mike, aye, and I'm also aye. Unanimous. So we're doing, canvas is approved. Certified. Okay,
Should we discuss what we're doing tomorrow? Is it tomorrow or Wednesday? Okay,
Or is it tomorrow? Let me look again. We couldn't do it today because somebody asked on the meeting.
okay, we'll bounce back up to our District 2 leader.
Hey, that's me.
Oh, we had quite a crew here, I didn't know who was who.
Are you okay to stay right here?
You're fine there, if you wanna sit up here, you can stand.
Then I'd leave my
you can
group.
take turns sitting in our one chair.
Just wanna introduce who's with you.
And yeah, if I could. So, I'm Melissa Lear. I am the District 2 leader from Iowa Primary Care Association.
And I'm Shauna Kalis. I am the District 2 Senior Lead System Navigator. That was a mouthful.
Lacey Utley, I'm one of the system navigators for District 2. I'll be serving, I'll be doing my outreach in Humboldt, Pocahontas, and Wright County.
So perfect. So, we're here today to talk to you a little bit about the changes with the behavioral health alignment across the state of Iowa. So just kind of want to get a little bit of gauge my interest as we go. Humboldt was part of Rolling Hills. Sorry, I had to get were any of you guys on the board for Rolling Hills?
I am.
You were, okay.
I am now.
You are
Yeah,
on
he
here.
hasn't
I'm new.
been, he just acquired it.
Yeah,
Sandy
You
was.
acquired me, which is not Rolling Hill, but it
right.
was Rolling.
Okay, okay, that makes sense.
Acquired Allison.
Acquired Allison, okay.
Yep.
So, I just wanna kind of level set here. So prior to starting with Iowa Primary Care Association, I was with, Care Connections of Northern Iowa, so, one of the, mental health regions. And so I was the CEO there for about 5 years. And so I've worked greatly, a lot with Don Mentor. I've worked with Allison for many years. And so that's just kind of what my history and background is. And then I started on July 1st with behavioral health, with the alignment and all of that. So I think it's just good to know. It kind of helps kind of let you know where my experience has been, and really kind of have an understanding of where counties have been. Also understanding where, the dissolution, we're still in the process of almost dissolving with Care Connections. I think in December, we'll finalize that and get our final payment, into the state to get those closed up and wrapped up, as long as our audit is finished. So, it sounds like you guys are kind of in the same position. I think through Rolling Hills, they're kind of getting things squared away. I know Sioux Rivers, that was up in the Northwest Iowa is kind of squared away as well. So, as those things are winding down, we know that, the state signed, mental health realignment. I think it was 2673 by Governor Reynolds a couple years ago. And what that did was that changed, the behavioral health, system. Essentially, we had counties that oversaw the system and the regions, and then that said, we're gonna, sunset those, disability regions, and we're gonna start this behavioral health administrative service organization. So what that did was it created a distinct organization, the behavioral health. Iowa Primary Care bid for that contract and received, the contract. They oversee all the 7 districts, so the state was split into 7 districts. So instead of the regions, they went into districts. And those 7 districts, Iowa Primary Care, like I said, they oversee those districts as far as the behavioral health side. So when I say that, I'm talking about like the mental health and substance abuse. And so I'm gonna clarify the substance abuse because it looks a little bit different when we talk about, how that works in the county system. But with that, it kind of combined all the regional dollars and what they called IPN, individualized provider dollars. So substance abuse dollars that were, out into providers, into our, CFR, things like new opportunities. And so those dollars would go into different agencies without really ever talking about how do we do this and how do we align this. So that was the change with behavioral health, is how to really structure, what those payments look like. In that same alignment, what they did was the state said behavioral health services, look different than disability services. And in the past, disability services were always grouped in with intellectual disabilities with, just with like long-term mental health issues. Well, we were kind of doing disability services a great injustice because that is a different population. So what the state did was said, we're gonna take people that have long-term care support needs because that is going to be a long-term lifestyle for them and with chronic, and so we're gonna put them into this bucket over here. And so that's gonna be our disability access. So we have disability access points that work with those individuals. We're more of the short term and they're gonna be the long term. And so that's CICS that has covered some of the areas in the past. They were a region for many years and then they became a disability access point. So I won't spend a whole bunch of time talking about that today because it's not really our scope. But just want to let you know that those two kind of work out there in that system and we work very closely within those systems together. I'm gonna take a second real quick and just stop and any questions up to this point, kind of where we're at. Okay.
This is the new system set in by the state you guys are working in. Okay.
Yep, with the state. And so, so with the change, so come July 1st, what really changed for counties when it came to this? Outside of it is, as far as so I've really worked on this, what I wanted to kind of share with counties is that as far as your billings and things like that go, you guys have your mental health advocate, that stays the same. It's my understanding, Humboldt, you guys have the 28E, right? Because you guys have Kathy. And you guys hold that 28E, which is great. You guys are in good positions. There's a couple other counties that don't have their 28Es set up with their mental health advocates, so that's good. I know I visited with Kathy and she said that she feels like everything's going well. Can I ask if you guys submitted any payment or any claims to Iowa Primary Care and you received your reimbursement? Perfect. That's always what I want to hear. Payment is good, right? It all is that, so that's good. So you've used the system. Any questions or concerns with that as you went forward with that?
No, it seems to be relevant.
Awesome, good. And so mental health advocate reimbursement can go through the account pay BHASO system. And then they'll also reimburse any, just like the region did as well, any commitments as well. So that I'm gonna really chat with our civil clerk about that. But anything when it relates to behavioral health, so any of the attorney's fees, those are reimbursable. Let's see, commitment, so like this filing fees, so when the sheriffs go out and do those, that transportation filing fee through the sheriff's office is also, and I forget. And any transportation fees, so if the sheriff's transport or they do a diversion and say, we're gonna use Central Iowa Juvenile Detention or the Yes Center, then that can be reimbursed as well. And so
Which, by the way, we have a driver in Humboldt County.
We do that?
We do.
Yes, thank you.
So, yeah, so as
I
you guys
get
know, that's
that number.
another really great service. And so that is something that Iowa Primary Care will reimburse. In Humboldt County, I believe you guys are utilizing, so in the past as well, Flow State or ITP has been in the jails.
It's ITP by TP at the jail and our hospital.
In the jail and the hospital. Okay, that's what I wanted to check. And so Iowa Primary Care, that was something that the regions really started back several years ago. And that was, the idea for that was to really make sure that we had access to a psychiatrist at all hours of the day. And so if someone is incarcerated and they are displaying behavioral health, then the jailers can have them assessed. And then they can also have medications. And one of the things that you can do as well here in Humboldt County is you can reimburse if it's a mental health medication, you can ask for reimbursement of that. When it was Rolling Hills, I don't believe Rolling Hills reimbursed in meds. That was 200. Up to 200. Okay. So that was, I know Rolling Hills was a little bit different than how we were, but that is something, and I'll talk to the sheriff today. They can reimburse, they'll reimburse all the mental health meds. So there's not a limit on that. The state may change what that looks like eventually, but right now it's stable state, so they're keeping that the same. So we'll allow alert your sheriff to that information. So that will hopefully be a cost savings on any of those medications. The one thing I really, and then I'll turn it over so they can talk about service navigation, because that's really the most important thing. I think boots on the ground needs to know. But the other thing I just wanted to add is there's some confusion when it comes to commitments in the county. So I just want to clear that up. If it is a substance abuse commitment and a substance abuse commitment only, that is paid for still by the county. There was some confusion when the state said, oh, we're taking over behavioral health, we're paying those. The legislature did not change the code in Iowa for who actually pays for the substance abuse commitment. So that's kind of a little oddity when it comes to this. So I think for counties to know, if you do see something, again, that is just solely substance abuse, I don't know how you guys do your docket numbers here, if you put like MH in front of them and then the number. But what, huh?
We do MH.
Do you ever do SUD?
No.
You know, okay, so that's one thing, some counties do an SUD, and that makes it pretty easy to determine. So a lot of the times when they're MH, and they use them interchangeably, just really make sure your documentation, identifies that it's a co-occurring. And if you guys use Allison as your person to kind of look through those billings to make sure Allison, can help kind of track down that story to say, if there's a question, send it, we'll look through it as well, but anytime you can kind of provide that story, then they will go ahead and pay any of those. Again, if it is just substance, it is the responsibility of the county, and so, just making sure you have that in your general budget, things like that.
Can I ask a question? What if it's a dual? Are you guys still?
Hey,
covering
dual pay if it's
like
a dual.
you used to?
Yep,
Okay, all
yep,
right.
if it's co-occurring, it's a dual, send it our way, absolutely. Yep. That being said, I think that takes me through most of it. I have a little bit I'll talk to you about kind of at the end as we wrap about district advisory councils, but I want to have them talk to you about what service navigation is. It is a wonderful, wonderful thing.
She said that and she really needs me because she's a little shy. So system navigation, in my opinion, mainly because it's my area or our area, but it's pretty awesome. What system navigation is, it's a service available to all Iowans, regardless of insurance, regardless of income. It doesn't matter who you are. You can access system navigation. And some of the things that we do through system navigation is prevention, education, and early intervention and mental health, and addictive disorders. We provide we don't provide crisis services because we leave that up to our mobile crisis and our crisis interventions. But what we do is we really try to circumvent those crisis services being needed. We are able to provide support in accessing resources. We provide referrals for any Iowan that may call in. As an example, somebody might call in for a housing need. They're on the verge of being homeless and need resources to find that housing access. Our navigators, make those phone calls, they'll call landlords, they'll call HUD, they'll call, they'll call churches if they need to. They will, they're scrappy. They'll call just about anybody to assist with that housing need or whatever other need is come up. And then what they do is they make that warm handoff if the client calling wants that. So they'll do like a 3-way call and actually connect the person calling to that resource to hopefully, make sure that we make that connection. Hopefully we are able to be successful with that. And then the great thing about our navigators is that it's not done right then and there. They're following up with them the next couple of days to see if that resource and referral was successful. If it wasn't, they're starting right back at square one and starting all over again, looking for another resource for them. A lot of what they do is they take the phone calls and I don't want it to sound like a call center because that's really not what it is. But right now we are only face to face with only calls coming in. But really what they're doing is they're just making sure that every Iowan has the resources and the referrals that they need. Anybody is able to call, text, or even chat online. Right now it's all routed through, if an individual calls, it's routed through Your Life Iowa. And they do that in order to be able to weed out any of those callers that might be in crisis, because that is not our role. And activate, crisis services if needed. Your Life Iowa was able to do some assessments and some, just make those calls before those, decisions before sending them on to the system navigators to make sure that they don't need some like in-person services right away or other things. So We do have a phone number that, so if providers or partners, wanna call and, connect with a system navigator, we do have a phone number that is direct to them. I think that is.
It's not on this one, it's on the,
It's on the other one, yeah. Is that one for,
this one's, yeah, the client.
Okay. It's a 515-505-5988 number, for providers and partners. And we want them to call directly, instead of having to go through the Your Life Iowa, because hopefully they know.
And that would be our
exactly-
District 2 number.
Yep, no, that is actually the, overall
Oh, it's overall.
PCA number. I do have a District 2 number and I can.
Well, what's the overall number again?
515-505-5988. You can never remember the overall District 2 number. I'll get that to you though before you leave. But I just got some updated call numbers and I just wanted to share them because it's pretty awesome. Since July 1st to November 14th, we've had 2,329 incoming calls. And that is statewide to all of our system navigators, and 5,524 outgoing calls. So the outgoing calls is definitely higher because they're making those calls, trying to connect with providers and partners. The number one main concern that we've identified is mental health referral, with housing coming in as a close second. We're seeing a lot of housing needs come across. I think the other thing to make very clear is it's not just a District 2 resource that we have or that clients have. When they get a hold of a system navigator in District 2, our navigators have access across the state to other navigators. If we can't find a resource here in our rural Iowa, we're reaching out and we're looking for resources that might be available somewhere else for the client. We are a very short-term service. I think, like Melissa said, the DAPs are long-term services. That's where we're going to connect them. Ours is short-term, ready to help, and we want to help. And then we're hoping that our help will lead them to not needing us again, right away. So, any questions about system navigation? I know we had a short time. I'm going to take a whole.
Yeah. Well, good.
I guess my question is, as far as availability of that service for mental health, if someone does reach out, say, what's the closest area or place around us that, like a bed or a place where they can be put? Because a lot of, you hope families are involved in this because you don't want someone doing this alone if they're, but I guess that's my question is, if someone from Humboldt County and they have to take them over, clear over by Iowa City, that's a long trek for family members, so.
So SUD, we've got CFR in Fort Dodge.
That's what I wondered. I'm on the CFR board and
Actually, one of our navigators of District 2 just made a referral there 2 weeks ago. Lo and behold, and somehow, we're not sure how, but she called and same day she was able to get the client in.
good.
It's then a matter of whether or not that client wants to, how determined they are to refer services, but that doesn't happen very often. So that's that was amazing that she was able to get her in the same day. Sometimes it's a few day wait, even a week wait before they're able to get in, but we were able to make that connection and get them in right away. Mental health, I know we got Mason City.
Well, and I think just to kind of add, I'll always go into the more complex part of it.
Yeah.
But I think one of the things that navigation and that the crisis system is designed to do and we're working on doing is that in the past, it's always been one of two things. It's or I go to the emergency room and then I'm gonna maybe go to inpatient, right? And so, or I'm gonna go to jail. Those are the two things that normally happen in the community. Well, so with the crisis system, we have other things outside of that, that regions built. We have crisis stabilization, we have residential, we have mobile crisis. So we have all of these different things that should hopefully be more preventative necessarily, or so people don't get as sick as they need to get. So we don't have to put them in inpatient. So the idea of that is that navigation is the lowest, like swim downstream, anyone and their mom can access that. Because there's no barriers, there's no nothing. It's a call in and I can get resources from the very basic to, I don't know where to go to therapy to, I need to. And let me say this, our navigators, while they can deal with crisis, that's why we go through the Your Life Iowa. So if someone displays as being maybe suicidal at that moment, our navigators, they're with a trained counselor that can dispatch mobile crisis and things like that. So we can address the safety issue first, making sure that people are safe. And then come into a service because they're ready to receive the service. So that's why they identify safety. Once they're in, our navigators can really help them with finding beds. And it doesn't mean that they are going to put them in an inpatient bed because they're not clinicians. But what they can do is they can look across the state in their bed find and say, oh, you know what, there's a bed open in Spencer right now. Let's work on that. It doesn't necessarily, like I said, mean it, but one of the things that we have in our system is we have a state of Iowa system that has the inpatient bed tracking. Guess what? No one updates it. And I know that's sad to say, but it's supposed to be updated twice a day by all the hospitals and they don't do it. And so we really just need eyes back on the system to say, hey, you need to get it in, you need to get it, because then we have people calling all around and trying to get that. That's also why the regions and why we have ITP in our hospitals and our jails, because not only do they assess the patient, but what they do right after that is they do that bed find. So that's a huge thing off of our emergency room docs and our nurses, where they're not calling hours upon hours and becoming case managers and sending in documentation and hoping to find a bed. We have a dedicated unit that's doing that so people can get into a bed, hopefully a lot closer, so they're not transporting them. And then looking at those lower levels of care, we don't necessarily need every person to go into inpatient. There's other low levels of care. They can have someone come to their home more intensively. They can have, so residential, or they can go to residential care and they can go into maybe a substance abuse. So that's what our navigators can do as well, is look at that and make some of those assessments and then link them into those providers that can also assess. In the Humboldt County as well, we have mobile crisis. And so if someone is also really struggling, you know, they can have a mobile crisis person come out and dispatch into the county. And that's something that, as the contracts, Iowa Primary Care acquired these contracts July 1st. And so they're really looking this year at, this year's really status quo, stable state. Let's not break the system. Let's make sure everyone's getting paid and things are running. And then we're really gonna look at it and put our finger on it and say, how do we do better with this, right? We know that we have some issues with mobile crisis. We know that residential system's not easy to navigate, not easy to access. That's why we have these people, and we have a whole system. And Iowa now is very unique. There's not a lot of other states that have a system that anyone can call and get in that. And again, and when I say anyone can call, I mean, therapists can call in between their sessions and say, hey, this is my client, I have all these things going on. You guys can call, you guys can give this numbers out to your constituents as well and say, hey, here's a place to navigate. And again, when they call, they can hit District 2. You're gonna get right into our district navigators, but you know what? Maybe I wanna move to Decorah and I don't know what's out there. I'm gonna link up with someone in Decorah as well. So that's a really, really, coming from a county and a regional system, this is a really nice advantage to have in a statewide system. The last thing I just wanted to add real quick is we have district advisory boards. So for those that have been on boards in the past, each district has district advisory boards that has about 10 members on it. From the Humboldt County, we have your director of the hospital, Sean, I never know if I pronounce it right. Is it Peitsko? Right. But Sean, the director from the hospital, behavioral health unit, sits on our board. We have several sheriffs. So we have the Webster County Sheriff, Luke. We have Chris Raveling from Clay County. We have the Palo Alto Sheriff, John King. We have Kelly Grunvold, the CEO of Prairie Ridge, Jason Harrington, the CEO of the hospital in Spirit Lake. We have several individuals with lived experience. We have law enforcement from Kossuth County, Bo Miller, and then people with lived experience as well. So our board is very eclectic. It looks a lot different than it used to be in the past. It was very heavy board supervisors, and then we added some individuals in. what I think you'll see in our board this time is it's very law enforcement heavy. That really does need, because we know that law enforcement, we know where things, you know, we even know where behavioral health and law enforcement link up. We wanna make sure that we're addressing that within our boards. And then really making sure that we have individuals from all different areas and all different aspects to really lend an ear and what we're doing. And so, we're, at those meetings, the next one's coming up, I think December 2nd or 3rd, I'll have to double check. It will be in Algona. That seems to be like the most central place, at the election center, so right across from the sheriff's office. You can come in person, and they also have it on Zoom as well. And then, those are always posted online at Iowa Primary Care after the fact as well, so those are always available for you guys to view. Questions, comments, concerns that we can take back?
I think your point of having law enforcement more involved, I think they know the people who need the help versus supervisors. So they've got more ears in the community. So that's good.
You've always been a really good partner to have, you know. And I think, and then, you know, really working with our county attorneys and things like that, you know, I mean, those have always been, we've always had, you know, because it goes together. And our mental health advocates and all of those pieces together. So I just want to thank you guys, especially, you know, Humboldt has been a wonderful county to employ that mental health advocate, you know, do that legwork for them. And so that's such an important position. And I know that Kathy does such a great job. And Allison and I have had many conversations. We've known each other for several years, which was funny. We kind of reconnected when I took the job back at the region. And so Allison has been a great asset, I know, in your community as well. And so we're really excited to figure out, you know, how to work and how to work together for the resources that you have and how we can support her and how, you know, vice versa, we can support her, she can support us. And again, really make a better system for the citizens here in Humboldt County.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just remind you, you guys understand the way all this works and day to day. We're like learning to walk, trying to remember how and what. we're doing the
I
right
just hope they
steps.
don't change it.
I do too.
Cause this is the third thing I've seen since I've been there. And you kind of just get used to something and then, oh, let's change it.
Oh, I can't even imagine how you guys do.
Conversations
Yeah,
over
it's
the
been
years.
a long journey, long journey.
I really do think, you know, the one thing I will say when it comes to this is that, you know, right now, I think more than ever, the state is a partner in this. They have, you know, they use the word shared accountability. They have accountability. There's definitely a shared accountability in this. And so, that gives me a great hope for what's to come in the future because of that.
Good.
Yeah, good. Thank you
I
very
will
much.
leave you guys with my cards as well.
Can you give me a time on December 3rd?
Did you have it pulled up?
Second?
Was it second?
I need to look on my phone real quick. Do you have it up?
Yeah, I'll put one in this
I
one
got it.
too. We have an empty spot here.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I can sign up, it's- Alright. Okay, now I believe we're gonna go into closed session with.
Yeah.
Docket.
Yeah. I make that motion to go. Do you need that right now?
Yeah, I would like to.
I make that motion to go into closed session, Iowa code 21.5-1C.
From 2 to 3:45.
What was that time again?
December 3rd from 2 to 3:45 PM. And if you go to Iowa Primary Care iowapca.org, underneath you'll see a thing that says BHASO. And then it has a tab for those district advisory councils and it'll have the link and everything right there.
Perfect.
And then the previous recordings on.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mike seconded.
Oh, did you second? Yeah, okay.
Thank you, lady.
Thank you.
I need a roll call vote for closed session. Bruce.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. And I'm also on. We're now moving into closed session. You want, it's only gonna be 20 minutes?
You.
Half hour.
Okay.
Okay, if you can't hang out. So, you guys probably don't even come back if you don't want to. There won't be any decisions made.
You have your. Well, he's got his tag.
I
right?
got fancy.
You got a slide in tag?
Yeah, you gotta turn it off.
You're online, folks. Defeat the whole purpose, right?
Sorry.